I had no idea I was muted. I talked to you. I said, "Hey, cares," all that stuff, and had no idea I was muted. Thanks for letting me know. This whole time. How long have I been going? 15 minutes muted. Excellent. Excellent work, Cricket. Dude, why is there so much for this? Oh, snap. Okay. So I just put a bunch of these wherever I want them. Sweet, and it just picks the one that's closest. This is cool. So I have to assign the target. Okay. Oh, cares. Don't worry about it, cares. No biggie. It wouldn't be a cricket stream without something weird like that. Don't worry about it. So this is cool. So now I can just place a bunch of phantom cameras everywhere, and they'll just it'll just go towards those cameras. Whatever's closest, that camera will be active. And they all have look at targets. We're loading player controller. I haven't actually seen it. Oh, it's looking at it right now. So if I move, look at that. Damn, it's doing it in the scene. This is dope. This is a must-have plugin. It's one of the best plugins I've ever seen. For workflow, this is nice. Okay. Okay. This is easy. Els, what's up? Title reminds me of an old KCD comic. Hope you're doing good, guys. We just found a pretty decent camera plugin that we're happy with. It's a little strange at first, but then it makes sense, and it's very low. It doesn't require a lot of work. Who knows what it's doing to... it's probably doing some ass crazy math, and I could do this myself super easy. Generally, when I look at plugins and stuff, it's like, oh, it's really just this. Yeah, it's going to be like that. It's going to be intermittent, that's for sure. Else, it'll be on and off. It's rough right now. We kind of have to go where the money is, and so that means that we do things at weird times right now for the business and other things. And I thought for certain, because of winter, oh, I'm going to be streaming afternoon. And it's slowly just kind of not becoming that. But for the kids, for class, absolutely doing class in the morning right now is preferred, because that means they get more time out in the warm weather to play and stuff like that. So I took my kid out to the park, and we met this father and son combo, and the son was like my son's like they were cut from the same cloth, basically. And I didn't get their number for like arranging like meetups and stuff. And I feel kind of bad about it, but I had my reasons. But so what we're going to do is anytime we move around, No. I feel like a little jerk, but there was a lot of signaling about religion and stuff where I felt I don't know. And then there were some comments made about some of the teenagers in the park and stuff, and I was like, we're just gonna have this be just like this time right now. I'm not gonna introduce this into my life. So I feel a little bit judgmental, but oops. But man, I find some people who some of the meanest, I don't know. Strange stuff. All right. Why can't we just let things be? What happened to live and let live, you know? What happened, guys? I don't know. Anyways, all right. Well, so now what we want to do is when we change states, we're going to activate a different. We're just going to change the priority of. Today's an exciting coffee day. I'm finally through this huge big bag of Costco stuff my wife bought, and I can. Like, finally, I can get rid of this poison. Finally, we can get rid of this pre-ground nonsense. I imagine in the mornings, Els puts on like Coffee Talk podcast or something. I'm sure there's some sort of podcast like that. Barista podcast. Barista FM. Coffee Talk podcast. I do a French press. I'd love to do like the drip, like the cut the hand the like not the drip coffee that's like from the machine where you end up with burnt grounds because it's sitting on the carafe and everything, but that other kind that you do. I'd love to try that sometime. Pour over, that's the word I'm thinking of. Mm-hmm. This will be disabled in the export. Okay. So we really need to set the priority. Set core state. So what we're going to do is go through every camera. Okay. So we've got all these little ghost looking things around here. This is all the different cameras. Let's give it a shot, see if it works. Okay. So now we need to bring the camera back a little bit, I think. So there is something about this that's going to bother me, and that is that I think we want a window. Generally, the best cameras have a window. Where was that about? A glitchy thing. So as a freebie, this isn't too bad, but there are some behaviors that I'm not liking about it. Like, what there should be is there should be some sort of like invisible window, like say this big. And if I go over here, the camera doesn't pan until I get outside of that area, so that when I'm doing this, we don't get this camera doing like looking around vomit cam thing that's like constantly tracing the movement. I'm not sure what's happening here. Why we're getting this weird glitch. Whoa. Must be a Godot ninja by now. Yeah, I don't know. There's always something to learn. And it's hard to know, like, what am I learning that's Godot engine specific or just game dev in general? You know? Alright, well. Follow mode. Priority. Determines how often an inactive cam should update its positional rotation. Shouldn't it just stop once it knows it's look at modes? Noise emitter. Oh, shaky cam. Oh, we can get an array of them. Okay. So Okay, so let's get the player character moving around proper. Ugh, I'm not looking forward to this part, but we got to do it. And we actually did this in the dungeon crawler. So let's take a look at what we did. Refresh our mind really quick. I can move my mouse. Can you please move my mouse? There we go. Okay. Chicken. Chicken. I think we're gonna have our guy run around everywhere. We'll start with walking. Bless you times chicken. Times bless you times chicken. Chicken. Okay. God, we got this weird runtime crash we got to deal with. I think we'll want to, we can adjust the walk speed. Okay, I think we know how we're going to do the walk. Okay. Now the only thing we have to do is get the rotation going. Well, snap, guys. This is not too difficult. I thought this was going to be an all-day thing. We're going to have a lot of fun today. Yeah. Thank you. That's how we want it, baby. Ah, shit. Patience a weird thing because it's all relative. It has to be a calculation. So I can't just maybe this will work. Up is 0. See, I don't know if it's gonna... I don't know how it's gonna tween it. Down is 180. Right is, I presume, 90. And then left is 270. 260. 90. 80. 270. Okay. These are degrees. Degree to rad. 70. Why not? These are fixed amounts, so I don't have to calculate them every time either. But we're just trying to get this working, so. I don't know what this is gonna do. Let's see. Okay, so it's I got it backwards. Okay, so it looks like it's gonna work. It's just we gotta get the tweening right. And this is 90 here and 270 there. I got it backwards. My bad. Okay, so we want to run this in parallel, and this needs to be faster than player speed. Much faster, as a matter of fact, probably very quick. So we're gonna say parallel. How do you do parallel? You do it afterwards, right here. Para. How do we set parallel on tween? Set parallel? Set parallel. Parallel. I'm going to set you parallel. So, back to the game. We got all these timers that's screwing everything up. What happened? Inconsistent function. Is the order we call it important? Set parallel. Why is it bitching? Set parallel tween property. There we go. There we go. Okay, so here's what we're gonna try to do. We're gonna try to compress the actual play animation speed to match our movement speed. I don't know what this is gonna look like. So animation player, there's like some sort of length thing. Let's see. No, we would have to get it from the actual animation. Speed scale. Bran muffins. Heck yeah. The first thing we're gonna have, we're gonna have bread. So it's just gonna be like a French loaf. And we're basing it off the assets that we have to start with. So it's going to be a French loaf, and we're going to have the texture be like flour, kind of tannish white. And then we're basically just going to tween as it bakes between like a value where it's like burnt, right? And then egg. Yes, Greg embarrassed me yesterday. I was like, "Oh, dumbass. There's no egg in bread, idiot." And he's like, "I'm sorry, did I not work in a bakery? Was I not an artisanal baker?" And then he showed me, he threw me down in front of class. It was embarrassing. Everyone laughed and I went outside crying, but said I had to go to the bathroom. So basically high school. I have to go potty. I have to go pee pee. Everyone's laughing at me. And then REM's Everybody Hurts started playing over the loudspeaker for some reason. This did not happen this way. I was wrong initially and had to bend it to my narrative. Bow, bow, bow. Everybody hurts. So custom speed is a percentage change. I don't like this because I want to say play the whole damn thing at this amount of time. But I can't just do that. I have to do like I have to get the animation length and then do some math. And that's stupid. Stupid. But we're going to deal with it. Everybody hurts. Playback default blend time. We quit on finish. Current animation length. This is what we care about. Everybody. Sometime. So let's see. Animation player. Walk. Walk is okay. It's like 1 second. And our player speed is what? Our player speed is like less than a second. It's a quarter of a second. There's something about timing frames that Sakurai talked about that had something to do with, because you're 60 frames a second, there's a certain way you want to do the timing of things, ideally. I do track. Yes. So far, only one person has done it. It's second favorite. First to do it. We need a special sound for it. Oh, is it not doing it? That's weird. Was it S? Let's check it out. What's going on here? Let me do a shout out to Els. Oh shit. Nothing's working right now. Hang on, we gotta figure this out. It might be because I didn't open this up. Joypad. Browser. Cruise control is here. Supposedly this is running. Let me see if I can get it going. There it is. Dude, what is going on? Shout out Sorcery Story. Let's do a reset. Uh-oh. That's weird, right? Oh, yeah. No, this is oh shit. Yeah, I broke it. Oh no, I should be saving this, guys. On command. S. What is this null? Dude, what happened? Reset. Oh my god, I've broken it. We had this beautiful thing, and now we've broken it. Give me a second here. Anything else with args? Twitch user. Anything with args? I pissed it off. Can we reset? All right. Maybe that reboot it. It's busted. Well, that sucks. We're gonna have to figure that out. It was a dream that was Rome. Friday night stream to co-work too. Sign me up. Parties are for nerds. Wait, is it Friday? How many times am I gonna do this? Is Pagorli here? Pagorli, I forgot it was Friday. I'm gonna play your thing. God bless it. Download below. I'm gonna set up a level block out and get my building system set. Nice. Gotta download Pagorli's virus. Alright, see you, Els. What's this thing you sent me, Greg? Aww. That's cute. In a different style, yeah. See you, Els. So is a higher number faster on play? Custom speed. Doesn't say. assume lower is better. Okay. 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 Yeah, yeah. Hey, bye, handsome. I'm gonna. I'll be out there in just a second. Okay. He is sniffing you. Okay, guys, be right back. We gotta use a sub tweener. in my room. Back. Sorry for the delay. I had to get a drink as well. If we don't do it parallel, I'll at least see the speed of it. It doesn't tween, it just snaps right to the animation. Do you have a list of people who have redeemed? Yes. Right now it's just one. A scam. Sorrow. I know you're joking. I hope you're joking. Let me show you. I haven't done anything with it yet. So there's no like start walking and end walking. So I would have to create. We'd have to do the animation tree. see what I'm doing wrong. Custom blend. So speed, it does need to be higher. So this will make it slower. So we want to divide. So I don't know what the custom blend would be. We'll do -1. And then custom speed is division here from the animation length. Framing the camera instead of static. Yeah, I mean, that's why we have 3D, right? You get a bunch of free, cool stuff. Ooh, but we don't know the current animation. So we actually want to go... like this. Let's make our length so we can test this a little bit better. We'll make this like 30 minutes. Custom blend, is that a time? All right. This should work for... but we want to set the speed back. Okay, we got a cute little dude walking around. I'm so lonely baking. Okay, so now we got to get some interaction stuff going here.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
The whole pack. Oh, because of the camera moving? It's almost like everything's temporary when you're making a game and nothing is permanent. It's almost like that's how it works, right? Don't worry, it's not going to stay like this. Navarix Games, thanks for the follow. How many followers do I have at this point? Guys, we're 3 away from 1,250. I feel like we should do something. We gotta do something. Congrats, thanks. See, that's the lovely thing about streaming this, because if I focused on and making it perfect, then people would say, why are you wasting your time on that right now? So it's like I can never win. When you stream game dev, you'll never do it the right way. It'll never be enough. It's never enough. All right. If we do collisions, that'll throw off our grid. All right. Well, let's fix some of the camera stuff since we're not happy with the camera. We'll try and fix it. This is why I don't... this camera is definitely temporary, like I said, because it shouldn't move the camera. There should be an invisible square. I think what we'll do. Yeah, yeah. I know, and I'm trying to make it so that we can edit the kitchen dynamically too, which adds to that problem. I'm glad you see it because you might not notice the problem that I'm trying to deal with. Now I could make the character a physics body. I think what we'll do is if we probe this is a trip. Blah. This you might want to make someone throw up. You do this. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, go back to perspective. I need like a press and hold too. But so far it's really forgiving. We don't do anything for angles properly. Definitely the movement should probably be on a buffer. Like you tap it 3 times and then it goes at some maximum speed that number of times. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll have a ray around, we'll have a set of rays around the player. And we'll just turn them on and off as we need them. So we'll do 4 ray casts. Okay, so we're updating the description to player interactions. Isn't there a way to assign a length to the ray? There we go. It's the transform we want to adjust. So these all have the same transform of like the chest, right? Yeah. Okay. So then they all have the same transform. They all have the same. So then we need to have north, which would be -1. Up. Down. Left. Right. Okay. So now we have raycasts that were cast in front of the player. So if we walk around and we're going to go somewhere, we cast the ray, and if there's no collision, then we say, okay, you can move forward in that direction. Now, it is rotating the whole character. We don't want that. We're rotating the wrong thing right now. We want to rotate the ooh, yeah, we want to rotate the actual the character body, I guess you could say. Okay, and then we're gonna have raycast for north, south, east, and west. Or up, down, left, right. However you want to think about it. And instead of tweening ourselves, we're going to tween the character body, or rotate the character body. The character body rotation, not the not anything else. So we're not rotating the whole thing. We're just rotating this mesh inside of it, and it's this solid thing that's got this little element inside of it that we're twisting around and moving. And so there's our character body. I'm mixing nouns here. West would be left. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So just to confirm that that's the case. Okay, so our checks are static still. Good. So now we're going to do a check. So whenever we get an input, we're going to know that we're trying to do this, right? And if that's the case, this is where we do and then we're going to check that particular raycast for that particular direction. And I might as well make this up. Down. Left and right. And then that's going to break everything, right? Well, this is. Thanks for that. I was thinking about doing a game like that with my daughter. Actually, a second, Greg. The real problem right now is reining her in. If you imagine me being unfocused, my God. So what do we do on a raycast to check for collisions? Get collider. Okay. We'll just try it with left first. We shouldn't be able to go to the oven, basically, if this works. Like, we can't go past it. So now I can't go to the oven. But if I'm here, I can. And that is because there's no width to the ray. So it would allow me to do this, which is actually good. Actually, that is right. I'm all, it's wrong, but that's correct. Yeah. Okay. Holy shit, this is gonna work. Okay. Let's just do the rest. Well, guys, I think we have a little playable, controllable thing right now. And everyone can tell me it's wrong. Excellent. Left. Right. Up. And down. Okay. Now. So we have to create some invisible collisions that we haven't done yet. So right now we'll be able to walk off the playfield. So, like we can go out here, but we shouldn't be able to go in there. Yeah, we can't, and we can't go there. But we can go here. Can't go there, but we can go around, but then we can't go back in. Can't go like this. So if we go around the back here like a psychopath and look out the, ooh, how did I do that? Oh, because the wall. Yeah, I think it's a little glitchy. This is a little glitchy. Here I am looking out the window. Hang on a second. You know what we need for this? We need a little music. Volume right. Here we go. He's just... He's outside. Oh god. Okay. Okay. Had to get it out of my system. We're coming back around. So yeah, we have to put up an invisible wall here, essentially, that we get the bounds the max bounds of it, and we contain everything inside of it. The further the camera is away, the less movement we're going to see from it. So like if we do this and we move the camera even further, but it needs give, but they don't have that in this code. Wonder if there's anything in the host settings. We want it to have bounds. A great promo idea. How much would they want? Oh, the police? Oh, dude, that would never happen. We can't go back there. Whoa! How did I do that? Dude, this is not a failsafe because this isn't using a data structure. Look at that. Look at that. So we can go in between here because yeah, this is shitty. This needs work. So maybe we don't do if we use areas, there might be a better way to do it. And for sure, this needs to be on the engineer. This is real jank initially. I'm not doubting that. This is very janky. But it's fine for now. Okay, so let's use area instead of the raycast. Yeah, the way we're grabbing some collision stuff is a little jank right now. How you doing, Redstone? Janky, that's my middle name. I'm gonna try and do a shout out for you. That works. So it was actually L's that was the issue. Let me see what's wrong with L's shout out. Thank you. I got some huge performance boosts yesterday. Nice. What'd you do? Okay, so now we need to do some masking here. I was not aware that Godot doesn't like a bunch of nodes in the same scene until recently. And I had a marker 3D for every position a block could be placed on another block, and 6 nodes per block most. Removing those nodes made my FPS on a super large vehicle go from 8 to... Yes, yeah. Yeah, you really want to reduce your node count as much as often as you like. You really want to think about, especially if you have many of a thing, the children node count should be very low, or you would want to keep it low. Yeah, that's one thing that's drastically helping Mr. D-Boy as well, which I'll do a shout out for. It's just less memory, you know? It's less everything. That's cool. But Lord knows what Godot's doing to process the scene tree. Hopefully you'd think it'd be smart enough to skip certain things if it doesn't need to. Like, there's no attached script, so it's like, okay, I just run an engine. I don't need to do any checks for GDScript or something like that, but who knows? I don't know what it does on the engine level. But I mean, each of these nodes, like a node 3D has the weight of a node 3D. It has, you know, position, like all of this stuff here. And so, including node and object, right? So it's just like, it adds to it and it adds to it and it adds to it. The deeper you go, even when you don't have a process overwritten in code, it skips it and such. Yeah. Yeah, it should. Marker 3D is a little different too. Like, it's my understanding they say to use Marker 3D in editor stuff, but not in game code. But if you have 50K 3D nodes, which needs to update their transforms, right? Yeah. That's another trick, is always go with the lowest node, right? So if you can pair the node back in the inheritance structure and be like, well, I actually only need this to be an object, or I only need it to be a node. I don't need it to be a node 3D or whatever. That helps as well. Yeah, 50K nodes is not so dramatic as 50K node 3Ds, right? With a gizmo, nothing else. Yeah. I know there's some notation about it with the gizmo's only at yeah. But less is more, right? In general, just do less when you can. Did you discover that on accident, or was it... How did you come across that? Me. Right. This is what I was afraid of, though, because it's it needs to be back by okay, no biggie. And the nice thing here is I only have to change it once, and they all should update. From on the okay. 5. Okay. Now I got a little bubble pack here. Are these all the same collision shapes? Make unique on all these? It's weird. Ooh, I think the masking, there we go. Are we colliding with the ground? Probably what's happening. Okay, well, let's get the interaction stuff going now. Oh my god. This is the part where we have to actually design how we're going to make this work. The animations are so funny. Cute little man running around. Yeah, the animations are jank. Everything's jank right now. He's got a fucking screwdriver. He looks like a Rob Liefeld character. It's covered in pouches. His feet are too small. All right. But he's a cutesty patootsty. Okay, let's start building out the stuff. Let's have we're going to create a kitchen class, and then things can inherit from that. There'll be some basic. See, I'm using OOP here, guys. This is what's happened to Cricket. What's happened to Cricket? What's happened to Cricket? But it's because we're sort of embracing some of the way that Godot does things instead of I don't know. I'm all over the place right now, but the reason why I'm doing this is because we want, like in the kitchen, for instance, we have the countertop, and then we have the the cabinet, right? So we have a cabinet, all these different cabinetry things. We can't even reach the ones in the corner. This is the other thing that's all funky about all this. You can't actually go over here because of how we check collisions. We do need to store the floor, the layout of everything into a struct. It's some sort of an array. We put every cell to dictionary location, and then we just check the type. We don't need any of the physics or collision stuff whatsoever for movement at that point. Now, actually, we only need to know the facing direction of the player and where they are on the game field in order to be able to look it up. Right? So all that stuff can go away, but we're going to kind of bypass any of that for now. And we're just going to get these things going. So, because it could be as simple as, okay, well let's do this. We're going to have cabinet, which is going to inherit kitchen. Okay, so it's going to extend kitchen. Class name. Kitchen. Okay. Then we have extends kitchen, class name. Cabinet. Okay, so we have cabinet. Okay. And then here's what we do. We go like this, and then we go to cabinet. And then we say root type is cabinet. Booyah. And then we re-import. And now, if we look at the running scene when we start it up again, and we go over to... Ooh, loader's mad. Could not resolve resources to load. Config resources to load. Kitchen. What? The string. Cannot have a key type of config kitchen. What? Alright, we're gonna reload. Something's going on here. Put me in, coach. Alright, fine. Don't put me in. What is this? What are we complaining about right now? Why is this happening? Oh, we already have kitchen's a reserved word. We're clashing. We're clashing. That's what's going on. So we'll call it kitchen node. Just for funsies. And then in our cabinet, we'll inherit kitchen node. How about that? Now will we be happy? Yes. Instantiate node 3D. Okay, so then we need to inherit node 3D. Fine. Trying to be clever. Process. Script inherits from node 3D, so it can't be a side type node. I didn't assign it a type of node. I don't know what we're bitching about. I'm inheriting kitchen. You guys figure it out. Maybe we need to re-import. These are both cabinet. Root type, say kitchen, re-import. Oh, look at that. Last name, cabinet. This is, again, this is some, we just gotta say reload. This is some weird, because, God bless it. Come on. Okay. So, come on. Fine. I'll do it again. We'll delete this. I don't know what's bitching about. Kitchen node, inherits kitchen node, cabinet, create. Ben's kitchen node, class name, Cabinete. I am Cabinete, mi amor. Oh, see. I don't see Cabinete. cabinet a node? What if it was cabinet a node? Why? Tell me why. I am Cagnette. Oh, it's because I've searched. He's an idiot. This guy's a moron. He's a peeping Tom. All right, we have Cagnette. Hola, it is I, Cagnette. Is Cricket okay? I don't know. He does that thing occasionally. He's doing it right now. The Spanish thing. Yeah. You know about that? Yeah, everyone knows about it. Why is he doing that? I don't know. I am Cagnette. See. Hello. Cagnette. Okay. Now we need to interact with Cagnette. So, I guess we need to get some sort of UI going. What do you guys think? How should it look? So here's the deal. We go up here, we have these drawers down here, and we have these up here. So theoretically, there could be stuff you grab out of here and stuff you get out of here. I want to try to make this as... I'm going to use the word pedantic. I want to make this as pedantic as possible of a game. Not pedantic. What's the word? Basically, it's like, oh, you need to grab the utensils. Oh, you need to grab the, and then we take away and we reduce until it's like, okay, this is about right. But at first, it's going to be like, you got to grab everything, bro. You got to get a bowl. You got to put the bowl down. You got to grab the flour out of the upper cabinet. You got to put the flour somewhere. All that shizat. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, we can get the interaction going pretty quickly. We know the type that we are. Let's do this. I am Cagnette. Now, when we add these to the scene, see, there's a couple of ways we can do this. From a purely data structure standpoint, we don't have to do it. We don't have to. It'll be fine. Fucking hate myself for doing this. Can't love myself if I do this. I can only hate myself. I can only hate myself if I go down this route. Don't go where I can't follow. Don't go where I can't follow. Could go. Wow, you could do all three here. I am Cagnette. What is he talking about? Cagnette. Oh, see. Cagnette. Of course. You know my friend. Cagnette. He's a good friend of mine. His name is Cagnette. Why is this? What? I am. Stop it! Stop it! I can't stop. Player character. So we're gonna grab player character, and we're gonna grab the player character. Interact area trace D. Trace Gomez. We're going to say body entered. And body entered gives us, so interacting. Body entered. The body entered and body exited. Dude, how do these guys that like are literally starting cults, how are they actors and everything? I don't understand. Why isn't everyone like, yeah, let's not hire the guy with the cult? How about that? Interact is I. Interact. Interactables. I am interactable. Interactables. Roll out. All right, it inherits a node. It's going to be a node of some sort. So when we enter the body entered, interactables append. Body. And when body exited, we're going to find the index of the body. Now this isn't very efficient, but it's fine. We're not going to care really right now. Var and index int interactables find, and then we say remove at index. So now we should have a rolling list of things that we're possibly able to interact with. Let's see what this looks like when we run it. Floor tiles. How does it know that it's not a wall cabinet? We're getting the static bodies of it, but we want to grab the parents. So in the case of, because we don't need the details from the, I believe static body actually gives us something where we can ask, right? Right. Let's see. Static body. 3D. Static body. That is what we are. Aha. Mm-mm. Create shape owner. Creates a new shape owner for the given object. Owner ID. Shape owner. Get shape owners, plural. Well, if we know, how could we do this from a script standpoint? If we say, I mean, there's get parent. We do it that way. Never feel good about climbing the scene tree around like that. Floor tiles. Mesh instance. Mesh instance. Let's look at the actual scene structure here. Kitchen. Oh, look at that. We're below. Oh. Let's update the script, the import script. See, this is the beauty of this, is we can fix this because of how we're doing an import script, so we just fix the import script. And then we're all set. Add collision mesh scene. Add collision mesh scene. What is scene? Scene is a node. Add collision mesh. Here we go. Add collision mesh child from the child node. Add collision mesh child. If mesh instance, we create a convex collision. True. For node get children and collision mesh child. Add collision mesh. It's recursive. Create convex collision. And that automatically goes below. So we would want to move that up. Or we simply say, see, this would require the knowledge of a certain type of like if we had reference to self as create convex collision, creates a static body 3D node. So we create this convex collision, we create the net mesh, and it looks like this. Does this return, no. I'm gonna go like that. It's crazy to me that it doesn't return the thing that it creates. Well, okay, so if we make the parent scene accessible, so parent scene equals scene. Then on the outside here, we're going to add child. That. Now if we re-import the kitchen stuff, run the scene. At our kitchen. Oh. Okay, kitchen's there. Oh, we're not on remote. Like, where is everything? It didn't do it. Did not successfully place. Remove child. Did we get anything here? Let's see. Let's just re-import Oven Glove. Nothing. Import. Add collisions from mesh. Gadzooks, we're running the wrong script. How embarrassing. Okay. Seems right so far. There we go. There we go. So now if we look at the debugger or the output here. Now we got it. Look at that. So so now we can do a test on the type. Okay, so we have this data. This is going to change eventually. Everything's going to change. But the main thing is now we have a list of interactables, right? So from that list, we can build out a UI and say, hey, what are you going to show based on this stuff? So what does that look like? And how does that behave? Do we show... I feel like opening something is different than interacting with something. So what I mean is, if something's on the counter, then that should probably be one button. Versus if something is inside a cabinet. So if we go up and there's a cabinet we could open. I feel like open. So on the Xbox controller, I'm thinking B would be to open something. And A is accept or interact, right? Go forward. So let's try this out. And then I guess the question, I don't quite know how I'm going to show all this. Okay. I took the stream down for like 2 seconds. Took the stream down for a couple of seconds there, but we should be back up. Hopefully everything's still running for everybody. Well, that's one way to lose viewers, right? Let's make sure we're on Twitch right now. Okay, we're fine. All right, so project settings. I don't believe we have an input map for it. We do not. Okay, so let's add player up. We'll do D-pad up, D-pad down, left, and right. Okay. So then it should immediately start working. Sucks that I have to start over. Okay. All right. Looking good. Let's see. Why aren't we showing the joypad? Plugged in. Could be showing it. Or not. That's weird. Whatever. Okay, I am using the joypad. So we go here and we have some sort of icon that shows that we can open something. Okay, so I think we need something to show up over the player controller that'll be, and we don't need it, it does just need to be a UI element. So it'll be a control. So let's say in living we have some kind of we'll call it like action diagram. That sounds like a fucking blast, right? It sounds horrible. Action diagram. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Action diagram. And we'll do a grid container. And this will be 3 wide. And the grid container will actually be called action diagram. Sure, why not? Take this on the outside. Keep that. Okay. So now we're going to have a control and a texture map. Texture rect number 1. And then another control. And then a texture rect. And then another control. And then another control and another control. And top or up. What do they call it? The facing buttons, the buttons on the front. Is it button face? Is that what you call it? Bottom button face. I think that's it. And then it's top button face. And then, but this isn't bottom. This is top. This is left button face. And then this one is right. We're making game. Make game. That's what we're doing. And that's bottom. Okay. So now we've got these different button faces, which you can't really see yet. All of this is going to be fit inside of here. Now, entertain us. Here we are now. There we go. So this, now why is there some sort of space between everything? We have some sort of, ooh, yeah, there's a default separation. Yuck. We don't want any of that. Not yet, at least. Okay, so now there's no separation. Because we don't gotta keep them separated. We don't want to do that. Gotta keep them separated. All right, so now we need some sort of icons to work with. Game, icons, and search, flashlight, or open. Open gate, open world. Open folder. Open chest is probably the closest we can get right now for the idea of opening something. Open chest. So we'll download that. Open chest. Hadoot. Cozy baking game. Assets. Icons. Open chest SVG. And the right texture is going to be that open chest. And it's way too big. Now, how do we get this to fit width? There we go. Okay. So now we have a cutesy little chest for the right action. And for now, that's pretty good. Now, all of this can be inside a button. Why does the button not scale? Because it's not really a button. Those technically are buttons. Blah. Blah, 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 blah. Panlay. Okay. So these all fit inside a Panlay. And the Panlay, we're going to give it a look and feel that's like our buttons. And really, those buttons, okay. Ugh. I hate UI, guys. This is the worst part of making games. Okay, I'll put on some music. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a drink. Five-minute timeout for Nick. We won't have any positivity on this stream. Liking things? Excuse me? All right, sorry for the delay. Okay, we're back. I'm gonna hide my face. I got some food to eat. Let's see. Maybe there's something I can watch.
Doing it, the more I'm feeling like actually it's just a game. We launched with like 900,000 plus wish lists, and I was just thinking the people on this wish list are waiting for 1.0. Turns out I was mega wrong.
This is a conversation with Philomena Schwab, co-founder of Straythorn Studio. They have an incredible track record with 4 fantastic releases so far. You might know them from The Wandering Village, Dungeon Crawler, but their previous games, Nimbatus and Niche, were equally as successful.
The bank was empty on the day that the game came out. It felt like we had one giant dinosaur egg in a basket and everything was depending on this. So currently Dungeon Crawler Mobile is financing our 15 people in the studio. Our studio has been around now for 10 years and we're like working on game number 5.
Philomena also leads Straythorn's new publishing branch, and she also co-founded the Swiss Game Hub, a co-working space for game developers. She gathered a lot of experience about game development from a lot of different sources, and I think it shows massively. That's why I'm excited to have her on the show today for all of us to learn from. I hope you enjoy. Maybe a bit of a
Yeah, sorry, I'm
question,
eating right now,
what's
so I just thought I'd
your
put something on.
theory for how to make successful video games? Do you have a theory or?
Going right in. I used to believe that my marketing abilities were very important to the success of our games, like especially for the first 2 games. And the longer I'm doing it, the more I'm feeling like actually it's just a game. So I do think like if you have a really good game, like let's imagine the game is like a little fire, like some wood. It's enough if I just have a tiny bit of a lighter and
That's
then
cool.
put it on and it will go up in flames. You still need that tiny little spark, you know? On the other hand, if your game is like one tiny little branch, you can come with the marketing flamethrower and throw and throw and throw, and nothing's gonna really happen because it's gonna and burn out right away. So yeah, I just feel like it's the game. You need to have a game idea that is appealing in some way. There is multiple approaches, I think, to this. And yeah, then a little bit of marketing or ideally a little bit of marketing to increase the chances to make it go out there. Yeah, that's where I'm currently at. I don't know, maybe next year it changes again, but this has been a gradual thing, like, it's just a game.
All right, so you came in as a marketing person and have slowly transformed to the just make a good game side of things, pretty much.
I guess, unfortunately, yes. I kind of wish it would have stayed that way and I would have just felt that, yeah, you can give me almost any game and I can make it work, kind of, so. Yeah.
I mean, what's very impressive about your studio history is that so far it seems like you only landed hits. Like your very first game, what was that again?
Yeah, our very first game was Niche. Yeah,
Niche, yes.
So maybe a tiny bit of how that came to be. So me and my business partner, we met each other at like a local game event where everybody could show off their game, and he showed off his hobby project, which is called Nimbatus, the space drone constructor, that he had been working on for multiple years, like on the evenings and weekends. And me, I had Niche, which was my bachelor thesis that I made back when I studied game design, and had continued to work on since. And then we really liked each other's games, and we saw that we have a very complementary skill set. And then it kind of felt like we were doing like a marriage compatibility test. So like we sat down and like each had some like questions for each other, and then we each wrote down what kind of genres of games and like what kind of themes are we interested in and that kind of stuff. And then we saw that, oh, actually, I think there is a ton of games we would both be interested in making each other. And that's why we ended up starting a studio together. Then we made Niche, which was originally my thing, and then we made Nimbatus, which is Micha's game.
Awesome. And they both did really well from what I can see.
They both did really well. I think Niche made lifetime about 400k-ish copies, and Nimbatus is like, I think at 200 or 250. And with Nimbatus, we unfortunately could not port it to consoles, so Nimbatus is Steam only because it has such a weird control scheme where you need 1,000 buttons to control each part of your drone separately. And it's also weird that this has kind of become a theme for our studio. So whenever I have the lead on a game, it's a biology game. Niche is a game about population genetics. And whenever Micha has the lead, it's a physics game. And so that has been going on up until now.
I see. And those first two games, was it just the two of you, or how has the studio growth progressed over time? Because I know you're around like 10 people right now, right?
Right now 15, but also we have 2 interns. Already with Niche, when Micha came in, there was already a small team with me and I think 2.5 other people that kind of came on board because they thought the concept is cool. And then we essentially just, everybody wrote down their hours, and then we agreed that we would then split. If there ever was anything to split, we would then split it. And Micha, he was like working alone on Nimbatus, so he basically came into the Niche team. And then we first made Niche as Team Niche. And then only once the game was released, we actually founded the studio out of it, because we needed to pay tax and that kind of stuff. Yep. But before, it was like a group of hobbyists just tracking time, splitting revenue based on that, and having like a little contract. And then Nimbatus was the first game that was fully made inside of the studio. And it's funny because we often get asked that, after Niche did so well, like it's a surprise success for your first game, right? Why didn't you just make Niche 2 or like something similar? It's like, because we had the agreement from the get-go that this would be our second game. So there is a lot of like talks. How do you choose your second game? Like we didn't really. We just made the 2 games that we set out. And then Wandering Village was really the first time where we could apply some of the knowledge, because on both games we were already like in the middle of production, right? With Niche, we were, I think, lucky, and it made it a bit easier for the marketing. There was really nothing that is like such a big genetics focus. And even like, so the very first thing we did when we started working on the project together is running a crowdfunding campaign. That was actually part of my master thesis. I wrote my master thesis about community building for indie game developers, and spent a year like trying to build up communities around the 2 games. And then my teachers were like, that's nice, but is that actually going to help with making the game successful? And then like the agreement between me and my teachers was that a crowdfunding campaign would prove whether or not this could actually be put into value for making the game. And it ended up raising like 75k, and we were all like, okay, we were not expecting that, which was then the first time we could pay ourselves like $10 an hour. So that was like the starting point.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you managed to run a successful Kickstarter game before there was anything playable, before you had a demo, just from pure community building, or how did you do that exactly?
No, there already was a demo. So like as part of the Bachelor, where I made the game, you had like 3 months time to make a demo. that's your bachelor thesis. And then I worked a little bit more on it. And a few months later, then put it out on Kickstarter. So there was something playable. There even was, back in the day, there even was a web build that you could just, one click, you're in the web build, kind of trying to remove every barrier there was between people and the game. And also like traveling around to all kinds of game conferences, thanks to the Pro Helvetia, which is like a Swiss thing that helps you go to different places. Good chances there's something like that in your region too. Check it out. And then just going there, collecting everybody's email addresses, writing them by hand into some forms, and then spending hours and hours trying to figure out this Hans Müller at Gmail. Is it correct? Like, and then, putting them all in the newsletter. And that's how like the first 500 people came into the newsletter. Yeah.
Oh my God. You added 500 people manually to
More.
your
It was like 3,000 people across all of the time.
Jesus. Okay. So,
but like, let me stick with the niche community for 1 sec. Sorry. Because they are the best. When the game launched into early access, just a couple thousand wishlists, like really nothing big. And the launch was also like not huge. It was like, oh, this is the launch. And then over the next year, we continued to make the game. And before it came out, we told everybody like, okay, the game needs to sell at least 50,000 copies for 1.0, or we have to stop, because then we actually have to do something else and get a job. And people were like, oh my God, it will stop and it actually costs something to, make a game. And like, yes. So we gave them like a list of things that they should do for the launch, like write a review, give the game to a friend, let your favorite YouTuber and streamer know. And so like a big ass list, share this, share that, share. And they really did. And so this game had like an early access launch that was this, and a 1.0 release that was this, which is very like not common for a game to do, right? And yeah, it was all thanks to their pushing, because a lot of big YouTubers then ended up picking it up, because everybody was telling them like, oh, there's this game, you should really play it. And like, I guess that convinced them to actually take a look.
I guess the lesson here is also a bit that, I feel like oftentimes the community is what's really doing the marketing anyway, right? Like for all of my games, I feel like the community also really helped spread the word. And for example, if you look at games like Silksong, they didn't do a ton of marketing. The community basically did all of that, right?
Right.
But I think it's also very interesting what you say about community building, because a lot of people, when they make their first game, it's kind of developing into the void a bit, right? It's like, where is everybody? Where are the people interested in my game? What would you recommend? Like, what can you do to get like your first 100 people interested? Like,
so I think for me, I draw a lot of my motivation from like when I'm sitting there and I have to fix bugs, I'm like, oh, bugs. And if I know that there is some people waiting for me to do that and give them a new build so they can continue to enjoy the game, that like increases my motivation tenfold. So for me, naturally making a game, I start to bring them in like super early. One cute story that I have for Niche. The game Niche is actually inspired
Obsidian,
by a
what's
children's
up?
book series. It's called Warrior Cats. And I originally was planning to offer them like a collab. So I would like make a game about their book series as my bachelor. And they said, no, they are not really doing collabs. And then I was like, okay, I guess I'm going to make a completely different game and just take some inspiration from the books. And then I reached out to the author again, once I had actually made the prototype, and said, look, it's not Warrior Cats, but like you can probably feel the vibe of it still in there. And she really liked it. And then she like posted it on her Warrior Cats forum newsletter. And then I had like 1,500 teenage girls in my back then Facebook group that came over, from her giving me a shout out. So I think it's just really good if you tell people about your game, find the people that are actually interested in your game. So like I spend a lot of time with Niche, for example, in genetics, Facebook groups and subreddits, or as I said, like Warrior Cats communities. So I think it's much easier if your game has some kind of adjacency with existing communities. If I was making an abstract puzzle game that has no relation to anything, that would make it harder for me. Now here I could just piggyback off the topic of genetics. We in terms of press for this game, we had more coverage from science news sites than from games news sites. And this is something that never happened again. Each game is so unique in where the people are that are actually interested. For Nimbatus, for the second game, for example, we quickly found out that Immature and 9gag were that's where the people are. And for Niche, that didn't work at all. And there we could really use the game's visuals, make some cool GIFs. But here also we went into some robotics and programming groups to talk about the game. So yeah, makes it much easier. Or for Wandering Village, Ghibli is probably one of the most adjacent ones. So we always post stuff there. Yes.
So hearing all of this very much sounds like your early marketing efforts did make a big difference. So I can kind of understand.
No, don't tell me that now. Don't confuse me.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just a little confused myself sometimes about this entire topic, because I also talked to Hugh Millward, the guy who made Warsome. I'm not sure if you know Warsome. It's an entirely text-based game. And he also told a similar story, that he just put a ton of effort into community building and all of these little marketing opportunities and constantly sort of fishing for attention. Sort of similar to what you're explaining here. And somehow that turned a failed release into quite a successful game over time.
Maybe if the game is super niche, such as a fully text-based adventure or a population genetics simulation, probably that is where you need to dig for the people. But if you can make a game that just has mass appeal, I guess then you don't have these problems as much, right?
Right. So basically maybe your strategy has shifted more towards, let's just make something that has more mass appeal, so we have to do less of this manual digging for attention. Maybe that's a way to describe it. I'm not sure. We're figuring this out together.
Yes. It's like a therapy session. It's good.
On your next game was already Wandering Village, right?
Yes. So that is really for the first time where we could take all our learnings from the two previous games and apply it from the start. And I think it showed. It was a funny story how we got the idea, because it was just me and my business partner taking a walk through an exhibition, and then there was a concept art of a turtle with a city on its back, as you often see it in mythology and in some pop culture. And we both stopped, looked at each other and said, I've been thinking about a game like that at the same time. And then we went back to the studio and told everybody. And usually when we pitch game ideas, half of the people are like, that sounds cool. And the other half is like, eh. And that was the first time where we came and everybody was like, yes. And the artists instantly started making scribbles. And then I just took the scribbles that they made and I made some scribbles and put them on Facebook and said, we have this idea. How should we name the game? And then we had hundreds of comments on how we should name the game without even having a screenshot. And then we were like, okay, I guess this really is such an appealing fantasy in itself that hopefully this would do well. Actually making the game was because there we really came from the idea and from the fantasy, and we had to make 6 prototypes until we felt like we could capture it in some way. And we were like, oh God, can we even make a game that manages to capture this or not? So that was
it was very much a fantasy first approach, not gameplay first. Okay.
Yes, we rarely have gameplay first games that we made. Niche was came from the topic, right? From the genetics topic. So the challenge there was how can you take the 5 pillars of population genetics and turn them into a fun game? So came from the topic. Nimbatus, I feel also the second game came from, how can you make a fun game where you put together the drones? Came from the building fantasy. Wandering Village came from that one. And the Dungeon Crawler, our newest game that we launched a few months back, also there was the idea first and the game second. So I think this is a pattern that goes through the all of our games.
Well, there are of course different ways to make games, and there's not one correct way. That you always have to give that as a disclaimer before giving an opinion on this. But for what it's worth, I really think Fantasy First is a really great way to go about it.
Gut.
Because players care about fantasy a lot is something I have noticed, and also getting the fantasy and the feeling of a game right is much more difficult than getting the gameplay right. Like it's relatively easy-ish to make a fun game, but to make one that's appealing and that serves a fantasy and that serves that fantasy well, that's kind of the tricky part. So I find it interesting to hear that sort of everybody was instantly on board with the idea of the Wandering Village, and then it took you 6 prototypes to figure out how to serve that fantasy correctly.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird one, also because we wanted to do a Kickstarter quite soon for the game. Also, kind of because we wanted to, we're a self-funded, no publisher studio, so we felt like would be good to get the ball rolling and get some money in for the next game, not wait too long to see if this works or not, because if it doesn't, then we still have to shift. So we have kind of, like for bigger projects, we have always used for the first 3, for Niche, for Nimbatus, and for Wandering Village, they basically had the same approach of like validating it on socials and with the community, Kickstarter, early access with a tiny minimal, tiny version, and then game can stay in early access as long as it finances itself and as long as it's fun to work on. And then while it's in early access, you probably start thinking about the next thing. So that has been the process. So we wanted to do a Kickstarter fairly soon, but we were really far away from feeling confident that we had a really good prototype. So we kind of split the teams. And so there was the art prototype team that was in Unity, just like putting together all the stuff, like a camera. And also maybe a little side story that the game was originally planned to be fully 3D. But our animator, Marcus, he has been like, oh, please let me do 2D animation for a while, for the past projects too. And then he's also a tech artist, and he made this 2.5D thing where, like, when you do the zoom out, you have the buildings that like move a bit. And we thought, like, well, it's pretty cool. So I guess you get to animate your 100 million images of little 2D people if that's really what your heart desires so much. And I'm really wondering still if this was a good decision because it set us apart from others, or if it would have been better to just keep it 3D because then, you can rotate the camera and stuff. But anyway, so we had the art team starting out on the art prototype, and at the same time the gameplay team was doing a gameplay prototype because we wanted to make sure that everything that we show in the art prototype, which then like turned into a Kickstarter trailer, would actually be doable in the game. So we had a really ugly game prototype which kind of tried to validate all the things that were showing in the trailer. So we didn't promise anything that we actually would not end up doing. And yeah, after a few attempts, we even had one prototype that was just completely UI, where it's like little things going up and down. You have to press buttons, but like not a city builder view or anything, which was also helpful to find out stuff about pacing. And yeah, then at some point we were like, okay, we're fairly confident this one works. And then the art prototype was far enough to make like a nice trailer, and that's what we used in the Kickstarter. But that was the first time.
It's crazy, like a lot of these, it seems like maybe there's some money in the government, because I noticed Germany and a couple of other countries have like funds that are available to access. So I wonder how much of this would have existed without that. It's interesting. Nothing like that around here, but Swiss is doing things, but the hub is supported privately a lot too. They started on their own. That's nice.
We had a Kickstarter without a demo. The 2 previous games always had a demo. Then we had to patch it all back together, like the art prototype and the game prototype, which was a whole different level of complicated. But
Do you think it's worth it to prototype things separately? Or what's your reason for doing those prototypes separately?
I do think in this case, it saved us time when we needed to save the time. Later, we had to pay the time back, because we had to actually fuse them together. But if we wanted to validate the idea quick to be able to move forward, I think it was a good idea. Probably doesn't work for every game, but in this case, I'm not regretting. Just a little bit, but I
see.
would do it again.
It sounds like you had some very big prototypes there. If you even managed to use like the art prototype for the trailer and so on, that sounds like a very big prototype.
Yeah, I mean, we used that one then essentially to become the game itself. So we had to put the gameplay stuff in there, but it would have been easier to do it together.
I see. And what did you land on for the gameplay? Were there any interesting revelations from the gameplay prototyping about the pacing or how the game has to play to serve the fantasy correctly?
Yeah, we made some really weird prototypes also, like going into all kinds of directions. I made one that was more of a clicker. More of a clicker game. We made stuff that was more of a base builder. Like it wasn't even clear it was a city builder at the very beginning, right? So we we quickly learned that even though everybody had been very much on board with the initial fantasy, everybody had a completely different idea on what that actually means. So we had to like bring everybody into one boat. And for that, we used like a technique where we basically asked questions. So is it more a base builder or a city builder? And then there was a line, city builder here, base builder here. And then everybody had to put like a line on the line. And then you could see that, okay, for some questions, it's pretty clear, okay, it's more of a city builder. Everybody is around here. But then there were questions like, how many people are you controlling? 5 or 1,000? And then we quickly saw that it was all over the place. So then it came to discussions like, oh, but do the characters, actually like RimWorld have a character and skills? Or if you have a lot of them, then they probably don't because it gets too micromanagey. And then there were all kinds of these discussions before we kind of set on something. We also played like 20 different city builders and like our game designers and like analyzed firstly like genre conventions. So I think it was in a book from Tynan Sylvester about the RimWorld design, which is one of my favorite books, where he says that you should only burden your players with the kind of mental load that is actually interesting for them and is different in your game. So save all the samey stuff, just use what the others have done and use their brain capacity for the interesting parts of your games. So we kind of try to just, what works across the board, let's just take it. And where are we actually wanting to differentiate and
That's really good advice, yeah. It's like the typical example for that I could come up with is inventory management. I hate inventory management in survival games. Like you have 1,000 boxes and you need to move items around constantly. I'm just like, can we get rid of this already? Can we focus on the interesting part so I don't have to spend my time moving objects around?
Yeah, I feel
Yeah, I see. And for the case of Wandering Village, what were the interesting parts that you want the players to focus on?
So we noticed very early that people were like skeptical about the game in a sense that, but it's just decoration. So you're just building your city, but it's on a dinosaur, whatever, and you're not going to have any interaction with the dinosaur or no meaningful interaction. So it was important for us to very quickly have that in the prototype that you were actually codependent on each other. Actually, since it's my game as a lead, it's of course a biology game. So it's actually a game about symbiosis. So that was kind of like the design start. So the idea of you having to balance the needs of your people against the needs of the creature. And sometimes they are not always aligning with each other and you kind of need to prioritize. But also the option of you acting in an evil way, being a parasite, essentially, and like constantly having that, you know, I could also just exploit it option, but then kind of forming a relationship with it and like trying to give the player the feeling that they don't want to exploit it. It was also very fast apparent in the community that they hated all the parasite stuff. So whenever we added like, here is this new building and
Yeah, I can do that. I totally forgot it was Friday. So, I can do that really quick. I got to do Pregorles first, though, if he's here. Oh, no, it's his ear. I got to clean it up. He's got a hot spot on his ear. Pregorles not here. Okay, so I can't play Pregorles. All right, I did download Pregorles, so I'll do that first. I'm always losing track of the day and forgetting that it's Friday. This is just like a running thing now. All right, he's gonna hack my computer. Yeah, that was Jonas. My name is Jonas. Weird. Some sort of like weird delay or something. That's weird. Like frame hitches. Anything I can do to fix that? I have had a hard time playing people's games on the stream. Like OBS, the encoding in OBS is like causing issues or something. I don't quite understand it myself. Stop my game. Be having two Godot's running is not a good idea. Task manager too. It's okay now. I think it's having something running with Godot. Is the stream okay for you guys now? Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I can show you.
Hey, it's my wife. Hey, that's a good-looking guy there.
Huh. A criminy. Christ. God. Seems so familiar, but they're almost configured. What's with these balls? Yeah. Of course, Pagorli would find a way for us to have to play with his balls. All the doors unlocked. Okay.
I think I recognize her. I recognize him. This is a memorial service. I don't know this.
Uh-oh.
I vaguely remember having vast amounts of food during holidays. I vaguely remember
That's
having
me.
vast amounts of food during holidays. A holiday photo from a large family? I don't know these people though. Another family photo? Who are these people?
Uh-oh. Come on, come on. Run! Shit! That's really special. No, Pagorli, I appreciate that. That's really good. It has a very, it reminds me of, it has a really, like, it has that Obra Dinn thing going on, right? Yeah, a lot of it kind of makes sense at the with the Alzheimer's thing at the end there. Yeah. That's how long did you spend on that? It's for a jam? Nick, do you have a link for yours? I'll show you what I've got going on here, Oxynom. I just started this. I'm working on it. It's day 4. We've basically got the player character controller going. And we've got so this scene here is editable. So you can design your own kitchen in as a level designer. So we'll probably have like different upgradable sorts of kitchens and stuff like that. And we've got like a really basic character movement going. And that's where we're at right now. And time of day, we have the sun rising and setting. So you're going to be baking, selling, and then you go home basically at the end of the day. And then you kind of repeat that. And there'll be customers that you meet and talk to and interact with and stuff like that. Also, what happened to the what happened to the dungeon crawler? Piero, what's up? I put the dungeon crawler on the shelf for now. It's turned into like a kind of a bad memory thing for me. My mom passed away this year, and so I kind of associated it with different points of being in the hospital and stuff like that, and so I kind of needed to take a break from it. So I put that aside, and I've just been sort of like floating out in space, just like kind of like, what if I try this? What if I try this? Trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing here. So that's what's going on with the multiplayer dungeon crawler. We do a shout out to Fiera, the most bounciest Godot streamer there is. And then we've got Nick's game. It's a prototype. Let's check that out. So he's got a virus for me to install. That's exciting. Wait to download that virus. Thank you for sending me a virus, Nick. Appreciate it. Zombie boxes. Nick says it's a tiny one. WASD to control. Exit bottom is bottom left. Minimap top right left. Nothing much. It's a 2 evenings thing for now. Walk up to enemies, kill them. Grow a horde, kill more. Nothing more than that. Okay. No fancy sounds of my game. Okay. Oh. So none of those systems are in yet, right? Die! It's interesting. You do seem to like, I feel like it's too tight, but as far as like I'm too compressed, camera maybe could be a little further out. Ah! I see. The blue ones are okay to hit. I want to use my minions on the other ones. I'm just gonna go out like a baller. Ah! Ah! All right. Weirdly hypnotizing. Is there a certain quantity? Oh, there's a mini map. You're right. I didn't even notice that. Am I trying to get all the friendlies? F3. I am invincible. I'll just sit here and just let the carnage happen. No end to my greatness. Come, minions. Fight my fights. I'm like Yertle the turtle. Is it messing with the stream? Yeah, my... Alright, I'll stop it for now. Interesting stuff, guys. Let's try out obsidians. See what we got. Music may be loud. Ooh. What this is. How do I full screen this bad boy? That's the master. I love the channel thing. Ooh. Oh, that's an unfortunate place to pause. There we go. On. Funk is going on. I can't turn left. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the keyboard. Yeah, control to shoot is causing my windows to do that. Where's my mouse button? Ugh. No! Only thing that's missing, there's no health bar for the boss. So I can't tell how much longer I, like, do I risk it or... Oh, I see it now. Maybe I see it. Is it the top bar, the big red bar? Ooh, man, that's huge. Is there like... I wonder if I need a power-up or something. That fall is exactly right. That like big gravity drop thing. That's exactly right. This is not gonna happen. Ah! Or Frozen has gone. Oh. Damn. That's cool. $42 toggles the shader. It's really interesting. It feels like something's it's not doing it right now. Definitely controls might not be good on Windows for firing. It just activates, at least on 11, it's activating the like. I could just hold it down. Yeah. The fall is right. The way you just fall. That's totally right. It's really coming along though. Even the TV, like the noise on the TV, that's really great. The jump's a little too floaty. And the world's pretty large, like you're pretty small in the whole thing. Oh, there's no TV specific noise? Keep seeing like a rolling shutter thing going on. That is right there. It's cool. All right. Excellent work. It's definitely coming along. This is CRT shader, not noise. Noise is an audio effect. Oh, I see. I see. Hang on a second, guys. I gotta message the wife. Yeah. No, it's definitely like there's a lot more to do, but because you got to get all the robot or all the masters and all that stuff. So no issues with the boss. Oh, like weird state problems or things like that. Yeah. I think they're grabbing focus. The physics is tanking. Egg, the worst part is to do something about. On distance it's fine. Hurt boxes that detect them. Yeah. Can you combine the hit and the hurt into one? Like one single I'm conked out, guys. I've lost steam. It's weird. That's weird. I'm not accepting input events. It seems like it, but here we're showing same thing. We're able to collect inputs. Yeah, I've had them here the whole time and haven't had an issue. Right. Yeah, well, the scene tree, right? Because these are earlier, so I'm wondering if I have the game before the UI and the scene tree, would that avoid? It's just weird. I didn't have any problems until I decided not to continue to show the control. But it was my understanding it only mattered if you did the GUI inputs thing and said accept inputs. Otherwise, it would continue to travel down the tree. Yeah, if the control wants to consume the event, it'll call accept event, and the event will not spread anymore. Okay, so I'm not calling that. To continue down. And the next one is, so I do input event on the character controller, and that's before GUI event, and I don't get them. So if we go back here and say input event, or input, is that not the same? That's event. No, handle will stop it'll stop it from just traveling down. Right? So if I say handle here, it's not. No, that's what's weird. And it's only all of a sudden, and only because I'm suddenly, why? Because I'm showing this, and now suddenly none of my inputs are traveling down. It's really weird. Well, what's my theory? I don't have one. I don't have a theory. I don't know what's going on. First of all, the standard node input function will be called if any node that overrides it hasn't been disabled in input processing with node set process input. If any function consumes that event, it can call viewport set input is handled, and the event will not spread anymore. This ensures that you can filter all events of interest even before the GUI. For gameplay input, unhandled input is generally a better fit because it allows the GUI to intercept the events. Yes, I understand that. Why is it not traveling? Nothing is capturing it. Let's see if so fucking weird. But I'm using input, which is before. I'm wondering if this is panels, for instance, block capture. Well, I'm using a panel. Okay, well, let's get rid of that then. Well, I always thought that accept input event was a manual thing. Only I do that. I mean, if my understanding is wrong, it's partly due to the docs, because it literally says that here. Well, that's what I'm doing now. I'm blocking. So all I can do here in the scene tree is the mouse. There's nothing else that I know of in here about any other sort of input blocking. I don't even know what that means. Block all input from your input method. Block. What do you mean block? Well, like, I mean, I'm having a print statement and it doesn't do anything once we change some of the UI stuff. I'll hide this by default. No one has consumed the event. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Input has precedence. Something weird is going on here. I'm in a land of nothing's not making sense right now. Let me see. Oh, you know what I think it is? I know what it is. We're paused. I know what it is. It's none of those things. That's all red herrings. We'll make this unhandled input. I know what it is. Okay, this needs some work. That's what it was. My God. Okay, so let's get the that back on the scene tree. You can put those panels back too. Okay. GUI input is, however. Yeah, I know all that. I understand the input events really well. I feel like I've mastered it really, but accept event does not affect the top level input handlers. Right. So that's like if you want to have like a terminal that goes over anything, even if the process is stopped or something like that. That's you want to collect. You can collect the input there in like before a GUI event. So if you have like some keyboard shortcut to bring up something that, or you want like a secret code thing or something, you do that. Suppose. Right, but what I'm saying is then you would say input as handled, and then it wouldn't spread anymore. Why is it hiding the texture Rex? Oh, because of the... Yeah. We need the panels. Need those panels back, baby. Get them back? No. Right, that was the problem. That's what we solved. That was the problem. The core node, the parent node was pause. And it because I'm changing some things. I just forgot where that was happening at. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna put the panels back because that's not affecting anything. And it's all a placeholder. None of it's permanent. I am pooped, guys. All right, let's raid out. Ugh. Appreciate everybody's help. If there's any new gooey Godot people. All right, we'll raid Mr. Human. I'm shot. Much love, everybody. Have a good day. I'm pooped. Should have grown your horde for more relaxing effect and blood. All right, guys. See you later.